Okie dokie. All right, so uh, I got some progress done. Big progress, big progress. Check this shit out. Whee! It works so well right now. I don't. Do I have any lateral forces for counter steer and stuff like that? I don't remember if I do. But this is already starting to feel better. Oh, I forgot to take a kick off of my list of places to stream to. Oh well. All right. So what we need to do, what we're gonna do today is work on the truck a little bit, and then at some point we've got to fix the fix the girls because they even touch it and they go flying. It's great. Fucking perfect. Oh, I forgot to click a bunch of buttons, didn't I? Activate, activate, activate. Mm. So I'm entirely stuck right now. So I need some way of resetting this vehicle. But that also means that I need some kind of reset point of some kind, like something, right? Um, and what a reset point is going to look like is kind of unknown right now, right? Like, could kind of go both ways. What does a um what does a reset point look like? Because the idea would be that it teleports you back onto the map, right? Oh, look, that didn't take long for kick. Jumping in early with the. Let's just do this. Run a bunch of ads. Take off all the pre rolls. While I get set up. Interesting. It's like textured and everything. Is this like a? It is interesting. Oh, neat. I guess that is a way of doing it. Right? So, the goal today is to. Oh wait, nobody's fucking here, so it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what the goal today is. It matters that nobody's fucking here. All right. I want to calculate things. All right, we're gonna play unfocused. This way we can edit this. I think our steering is a little bit off. We're gonna try 2.75 because I still feel like it's a little bit too low. I think some of this is like the the steering is actually pretty good, all things considering, right? Like, yeah, it's not bad. You're not tipping over or anything like that. It's because I've got a little bit of downforce. That's all it needed was like a little tiny bit of downforce on the axles. So now what we want to do is the next thing that we want to do is we need to apply force on the side and check for skids. So I don't even know if we're back on Twitch yet. Oh yeah, we are. Okay. This does actually feel pretty good though. I'm pretty happy. Does can we slide though? I think we've got 100% traction maybe? Oh no. Oh, watch a quick video. The sound effects guy. Hell yeah. Layered 2D eyes. Interesting. This is like a Pokemon character, isn't it? What was I gonna do? Unity, vehicle, physics. Someday over the rainbow, this will load. What's going on here? Is it just this video or?
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. It's Mike here at Game From Scratch, and
Maybe?
And that force is applied at the position of this particular tire. Okay, so here's a look at a car with just those green suspension forces implemented. Rigid body. Now here's an example where we're only canceling out 5% of the slip velocity. And now you can see we've got real sliding. And we use that to calculate. And at some point, they start to slide. And when they start to slide, of course, the friction drops. And so these are just two curves here. I've got curves for the front tires and the back tires tuned separately to give the car the feel I'm looking for. But ultimately in our game, this is how we implemented the feel we wanted. We used a simple curve that we could just draw and test to get the behavior we were looking for. Here's a look at how that is in code. And you can see.
Oh, hey. I'm enjoying your stream. Please join KickFam.
See, again, we have a little setup here where we work out things like the velocity in the steering direction. And then we decide how much grip we want to maintain, and we use that to calculate an acceleration.
Wait, so this is just part of the steering as a whole? Steering velocity. Wait. Yeah, no, this is just steering force.
That becomes a force that we apply at the location of the tire in the direction of the red line, which is the steering direction.
What's going on with YouTube today? I've been noticing this. I've been getting like weird hiccups in YouTube as of late. Right, I don't have weights on my tires. So my tires don't my tires don't pretend to weigh anything. World space direction of the spring force. Yeah, we've got that. Oh, this is copied in. This is a mistype. Let's see, world space velocity of the suspension. Tire world velocity. Get point. We're gonna try and switch over to this. I've got mine. Mine is super basic, right? So if we go down to the steering, I believe it happens in here. Here we go. Yeah, this is the steering. We're calculating that and then not using it. 10 out of 10. Okay, so if we want to do this, let's see what we would need. So this would come into here, the handle steer, and the handle steer would have to do a bit more work, right? So one is steerable, is grounded, right? So then we would have our steer direction, which would be a vector 3, which would be steering dir, which equals the trans dot right. Get tire direction. World space velocity of the suspension of the tire. Uh, vector 3 tire world velocity equals vehicle RB get get point velocity transform dot position. Okay, and then what it's the tires velocity in the steering direction. What is the tires? Note that steering there is a unit vector, so this returns the magnitude of the tire world as projected onto steering dir. Okay, so then this would be float vel equals vector 3 dot of steering dir tire world velocity. The change in velocity that we're looking for is minus steering vel times grip factor. In range 0 to 1. 0 means no grip. 1 means full grip. Float tired vel change equals minus steering vel times grip factor. Turn change in velocity into acceleration. Acceleration equals change in vel flash time. This will produce the necessary to change the velocity by vel change in 1 in one physics. We're gonna say we're gonna say we're gonna say 0.5 to start. Right, we're just gonna hard code it. Turn me into a curve. So wait, where's the value? I think it's this times, right, because this gives you a normal, right? So if you multiply this by the um, we do float, and this is, oops, I forgot to do something. I didn't actually want to completely abolish my other stuff. Damn it. I lost what I had. Oh well. Edit, redo. What is redo? Control Shift C. What I have anyways is gonna be it's gonna be easy to copy over because it was pretty simple before. It was just lateral force. Let me just do this. This is old. What just happened? What is steerable? Is grounded. Well, that's annoying. Mhm. God damn, that was annoying. Do. They're suggesting this. I wonder what the difference is. I'm kind of curious, so I'm gonna actually test this because they're saying they're suggesting maybe this. So let's see what this looks like. What does this look like if we do that and then we do this old? Now we have our old one and our new one. We can do this now. Let's test it. Let's see what this looks like. Because like the idea is to get a better steering, right? Because like steering is not perfect, and we want to make sure that it's as good as possible. Because handling is important. Acceleration is very required. Okay, this shouldn't. Oops. This should put us at a situation where everything just kind of works now. What I've got to try and figure out is the resistance. I've got to add in a resistance, which is a counter push that pushes back at a kind of like set situation here. Actually, I think my tires are slipping, like they're skidding. Like I think I'm actually turning so hard that I actually am slipping or skidding. That's kind of cool. I didn't expect to get that. It's moving fast enough that the wheel actually lifts off the ground and it tilts. And that's why I get that little jitter there, right? Forward, way forward, way forward. Ah! Takes a little bit apparently. There you go. I got to figure out that the shadows because I want that crisper shadow. But that's an easy fix. I think there's just like a little slider or something like that. This is kind of interesting that like as I come over here and I run into this, we're gonna have like a little area here where we just block out things. It's like no more shadow here. And shadow gone. I have by no means solved many of the problems that are with this that are going to come up here, but I think I'm doing pretty well here. Okay. So far so good. We're making progress. Slow and steady progress. I did fix this yesterday, which was important. Because it used to be that if you did that, you'd bottom out, and when you bottom out, everything bottoms out, like the entire vehicle stops being able to move. Did I bottom out? My bottom wheels are bottomed out. Interesting. Okie dokie, let's fix that. It's actually in the suspension. So it's this one here. There we go. It just means that like I've got a little bit of extra room there that I need to account for. So let's drive around and see if we can bottom this thing out again. I totally did. This time I bottomed it out for good, didn't I? Yeah. This is what we were trying to prevent. So I definitely did that in the that was not the right move. I should probably try and figure out exactly what that line looks like at some point. That's a hard one to get though. Like, and I was able to get myself out, so I don't know if I care that much. Like I do a little bit, but it seems rare. And if I add the ability to like unstuck yourself, I think we should be fine for now. And maybe I'll figure something out in the future. Because effectively it's effectively it should only be about 1 to 2 frames that you ever get stuck in the ground. Because, you know, so like I could just go back to doing that. I had these like little points as my offset, and they allowed for a lot of extra niceties. Maybe I should put them back. Uh, there was a really good write up that I was looking at the other day, and now I've lost it. This one's always good, but it's incredibly technical in a way that's hard to understand for me. Hard for me to understand. This is the one that I was looking at. So there's a couple things that we want to solve for. We want to solve for so if I open up Paint, we have our tire. We have our tire, right? And right now we're going from like right here, or no, we're going from like right here or something like that. And we cast down, right? And so effectively we come down like this. And we say, hey, did this hit? So as long as something's directly under here, it works. But ideally you want to cast like this. Right? Or you do a shape cast where it's like here's a sphere, right? And you cast down for the sphere to see whether or not it hits anything. And then you go based off of that. But I think the cheapest way is to do 3 or 4 ray casts, right? In a fan, right? Like this. And to see if that works. So boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. And if any of them hit, then we go off of that. But I think what we want to do is we want to start here, then use this one, and then this one. Because actually, no. We want to start with so out of these, we want to do this one first, then this one, then this one. So or maybe we want to start like maybe we want to go from here to here in this direction because you're always behind, you're not beside. Ooh, actually, no. If we're driving forwards, this one's the best one to hit first, and this one last. But if we're driving backwards, we want to hit this one first, and then this one last. Because, like, if you're driving backwards, you're more likely to hit the back side of the tire first, so that goes up, right? And if you're going forward, you're more likely to hit the front of the. Yeah. But if we can just do this with one projection, that might work. Sphere ray tracing Unity. That's not the type of ray tracing I want. Fucking hell. There is a downside of that, and I think it's substantially more expensive. Suspension. We've effectively got this already. Let me just paste this in so we can all have access to it. Tire models exist for the sole purpose of modeling realistic phenomenon like friction of the rubber tire with the ground. Because rubber is a complex elastic material, the friction is not easily computed. There exist numerous tire models, all with different use cases and efficiencies. And this article will focus on a very well-known, cheap to compute and battle-tested model series, the pa- Pasejaka magic formula. I don't even know how to frickin' say this word.
Pasejka.
He's Jessica. I'm guessing he's Russian. Oh, Netherlands. Okay. It doesn't actually say if he was Russian or, but I maybe he's Dutch. Oh, look, I bet you $5 this is a, yeah, it is a kick fan bot. Magic formula, hereby abbreviated to MF, is a empirical formula for describing tire friction forces Fx Fy as a friction as a function of slip and describing the momentum mx my mz around the vertical tire axis. Developed initially by the work of Hans B. I can't pronounce that name. And funded by Volvo. Interesting. Volvo and Audi. Bag. Chrono, welcome back. It's been forever. All the times. Look, I got a better feeling vehicle. I finally have a vehicle that I think feels okay. There's still the question of slip, of the lateral forces for when we're turning, but we'll overcome them. Actually, I forgot to check something. I have angular, which prevents turning. I wonder. I actually wonder now. Okay, so if that's set to 10, what happens if I then come into here? We do movement and we come to here and we handle steering. And then we go to this, which is kind of what more like what they were suggesting. I'm just going to do this though. Cuz I want to see what if the angular dampening that I had was what was causing the problem, because if it was, that actually solves a bigger problem, which is kind of nice. Okay, so right now we're at 2.75, which is a strength that I kind of like. Now, they were initially suggesting 1,000, but 1,000 sends your car into the stratosphere because of stupidity. That does actually fix that problem. Sort of. What the hell is going on? Yeah, no, I like the steering we had. Holy shit, that feels terrible. Um I'm sure that I could try and fix it, but for now I want to just do this. I think the answer might be to increase the like actually do the angular dampening. Like increase it at higher and decrease it at lower, right? So like at really low speeds, if I take this and I set this to like 5 at lower speeds, like really low speeds, then we'll be able to steer faster. Yeah. And then at high speeds we can crank it up to like 20. And then as far as like engine brake goes, I think engine brake is just a function of like I think we can just do engine brake like this, right? I think yeah. So what asset is this one? This one's not an asset. This one's my code. You have no faith. I'm referencing things and like the reference material was just like should do this and I was just like but what about now? um so I'm okay, so I'm going to leave this. I want to I want to see if we can figure out if it's skidding or not. That is fair. Holy shit, you've been subscribed for an entire year. Wait, is that the 1 year? No, that's the 6-month badge. Thought that was a 1 year badge. What is the 1 year badge? Oh, the 1 year badge is is the is the purple one. Right, you're on Python right now. Oh, let's see. No, you've been watching for more than a year. Substantially more than a year. April 24th, 2022 is when you followed me. Yeah. But like the little subscriber badges, they actually have a meaning. See if I can remember what each one is. How do I get to that again? Oops. Ah, that's not what I wanted. Here we go. Fuck, what was green? I don't remember what green was. Blue. I think this one's ruby. This is this is um this is elixir purple. This one's Python. This one might be C++. And I don't remember what green was. They're all languages though. This one might be C sharp, actually. I can't remember. Is C sharp C sharp? Is C sharp green? No, C sharp's kind of purpley blue. Yeah. C plus plus is blue, and that might be this one. Python, right? It's literally the snake. That's why it's blue on the top and kind of yellow on the bottom. Ruby, I'm almost positive that Ruby was uh was the 9-month. Elixir is it's this elixir purple right here. Is the 1 year. I for the life of me I can't remember what we rested on for this one and this one. There was like an entire thing though, like that we actually went through. Like each one did have a meaning, and it was all language connected to each one's connected to a language. Green. Yeah, no, I'm blanking on what green was. Oh, green is JavaScript. Specifically Node. Yeah, server side JavaScript. That's what it was. Wait. There's a fulcrum involved in this? Hmm. Uh this is a chat GPT question. How do I check to see if a tire is slipping. In real, so it means that the tire is losing traction, i.e., slipping during acceleration, sliding while braking, or skidding sideways while cornering. I can't remember. Do you have to you have to subscribe to drop down to ChatGPT 4, right? I think it's chat the I sub. You sub? Wait, why? Chrono, why do you sub to ChatGPT? Oh. I don't think I've ever ran into a problem where I got locked out. I don't really use it to code. That's fair. I don't really use it to code so much as I don't locked out. I mean, they limit you. I've never hit this limit. Well, I've hit the limit where they're like, "Oh, hey, we're going to bump you off of whatever the newest greatest thing is." And I'm just like, "I really don't care." Oh yeah, but it's just on the specific model that you get limited on. Then your next your all of your other messages go through they go through a different set, right? Because I see that message all the time, and then it just keeps answering my questions. So I'm just like, oh, okay. Interesting. I know that like there was that huge thing about like people were complaining that their boyfriends or girlfriends they lost them because ChatGPT updated to 5. And it's just like, wait, what? Why is this a thing? I feel really bad for people who are getting like that level of connection to a large language model. But yeah, I my understanding is that what was the big difference though? Like I can't remember. There was a big difference between 4 and 5 when it came to like the the answers it would give back. Was it like I mainly use for grammar correction and story ideas became a lot more limited. Oh, that's fair. I thought there was something there was also something else. Like they made some very big sweeping changes from 4 to 5 that really pissed some people off. I would let it write all of my stories because I can't write. That's actually I shouldn't say that. That's not entirely true. Um I do actually have to write a little bit of a story for Truck-Kun. and I haven't gotten around to it. There's a better AI specifically for that. Just FYI, Chrono. Have you ever heard of Grammarly? This product has been around for years. And they've now incorporated ChatGPT into it. They censor what you write. Wait, they censor what you write? Why would they? How would what? How would they censor what you write? Like, that seems counterproductive. Is it one of those things where they don't like certain words? Oh, okay. So they can't they can't assist with writing certain types of horror um because it can be seen as because it lacks the contextual understanding of that this is a story, not real life. It's like this is illegal. Okay, that makes sense. I think I know why they made this change. Like, I think I actually know why they made the change. And the reason is very likely because people were getting around it by being like, this is a very realistic story that I want to write, and I would like to be as factually accurate as possible while writing this very fictional story. And they were getting ChatGPT to help them actually plan and commit crimes. So it's like, how can I rob a bank? Right? Like, how asking ChatGPT, how would I if I'm writing a story about bank robbers and I'm at the point where they're planning it. Can you help me write how they're going to rob this bank? And then they give them bank details and stuff like that. And then ChatGPT is like, oh yeah, because this is a story, I'm gonna go along with you. And then all of a sudden they've got this planned out, right? And some of this was just people in the media or people doing it to get the answer so then they could report it to media and make the publication to make ChatGPT look bad. And I think OpenAI got tired of that shit. So they're just like, yeah, we're just not going to allow it to do it now, or we're going to try and lock that down, make it harder. So makes entire sense. All the sense in the world. Oof. What about that one that there was that YouTuber guy, right? That has that AI platform. Have you looked at that one? I think his name's Theo. This guy. I don't remember what his platform's called. This maybe yeah, this one. One tool slip, acceleration / brake. Well, if you pay for it though, like the his chat, if you pay for it, it no longer has limits. I don't think. He's using other models. Yeah. He's integrated with like all of them. Yeah, but he's so like you pay for him, and then you can select the model that you want, and he'll interact with those model. Like he'll interact with whatever model, right? And then you don't have to like go through all of the different models, and he integrates really fast with them, right? So um if you want, right, to try and find the right model for you, you can just do models are still censored though, is the thing. Oh, okay. Like I've not like I don't know anything about this world, right? Other than like I know that he's integrated with like all of the big like all of the LLMs. And if what you're looking for is, you know, trying to find one that fits your very specific need, his service sounds like one that would be able to do that for you. And then what you could do is potentially either cancel your subscription with him and go directly to the source, or just continue paying for a subscription with him and whatnot. But yeah, he's getting he made a video about how working with LLMs is getting more expensive as time goes on, not cheaper. And it's like it should be the other way around. And I was just like, huh, interesting. And it's like it's like the way they break things down and they tokenize things and stuff like that. And he's just like, huh. Just like, I never really thought about it because I always felt that like they were so expensive, right? Because like I wanted to do an integration with ChatGPT at one point. ChatGPT developer API. And there was a API pricing, right? Here, the tokens. This is what kills me. The tokens are what kill me, right? Because it's like, yeah, the tokens the tokens really just absolutely destroy my entire foundation here. Wait, why is this one the most expensive one? Like by a lot. Is it? Oh, interesting. Five nano is the cheapest by a lot. I think for what I would be using it for, 5 nano would be the way that I would go. Right? I don't even that this price per 1 million tokens. Yeah, 5 nano is 5 cents per million. I wonder what counts as a cached input. GPT real time? Wow. $4 per mil. What does output mean? Like, are you paying per word they send back? Ah, whatever. I don't really care. Well, this is cheaper. Flex is cheaper. Interesting. My only thing I want from AI is grammar, flow, brainstorming, and it to be unsecured. You can keep stuff like how to make bombs locked away. Everything else, come on. Yeah. Well, why not just run your own then? Oh, are they not very good? Like I said, I don't know too much about this world, so they're just not there yet. Okay. The open source models just aren't quite there yet. That makes sense. Forward slip, sideways slip. To get the uncensored, you need to break them, and that breaks a bit more than is needed. Huh. Interesting. Uh, handle slip. I want to say it. Oh, wait. I'm not using the Unity wheel collider. Looking for the actual math. Example pseudo C sharp, wheel radius, the angular velocity, do longitudinal slip, wheel radius. Question for you. Do you want me to help you wire this up so you can calculate slip per wheel in Unity with a rigid body? plus add force at position, your current setup, or do you just want the bare formula? Not sure what I want there. You can flag slip if values exceed threshold. Let's take a look at the forces needed for the resistance based on my current code. Okay, so let's replace the crude steering apply lateral force with a physically based lateral slip angle lateral force plus friction limit limiting. Below I will give you the math, particular tuning ranges, and a ready to go dropping example. Rigid body get point velocity and add force point force at position correctly. Core ideas. Short. Find the wheel contact velocity in the world. Find the wheeled contact velocity in world space. Express that velocity in the wheel's local axis, forward, right? Compute slip angle. A equals, or alpha equals a tangent 2 or squared. I think it's a tangent squared. By xy radius. Compute the lateral force from the linear Tyree model. Clamp Fy to the friction limit. Normal load at the wheel. Apply the force at the wheel contact point. To equations and units. F and R are the wheel forward and wheel right. Y force mode force, not accelerate. Acceleration applies acceleration kilogram. If you compute force in nanometers, newtons recommended using force mode respects vehicles mass naturally, and you also correct friction limits. Example, C# implementation. This into your wheel/wheel handler class. It assumes that it assumes you have rigid body, vehicle RB, transform, wheel transform, position and orientation of wheel. The transform forward should point along wheel axis, including steering angle. Float cornering stiffness. Float friction coefficient. Float weight sphere. Position a vehicle weight on the wheel IG for every 4 wheels. You can improve portion of the total weight on this wheel. Optional hard clamp. Color can still pass steer input if you want. I mean, I think they got hacked. Yeah, I had a feeling. Oh, we got another kick one. It will eventually show up. Look at this. Another hey, come to let's know. There we go. Man, Kick, like I spend more the entirety of Kick is just me banning people. That's all it is. That's all Twitch is. Like I have never I've had like a handful of actual meaningful people stop by and actually say something on Kick, but like 99% of the messages I get on Kick are instant bans because they are actual scams. Like Twitch Kick is not a real platform. Kick actually pisses me, it annoys the fuck out of me. It is such a garbage fucking platform. It's like let's look at all of the problems that Twitch has and let's make them worse. Let's make them worse by far. We will take no lessons and we will learn no lessons from Kick at all. Sorry, from Twitch. We will learn no lessons from Twitch. They are that's the kick motto. We will learn nothing from the hardships of Twitch. I'm not sure if they just think that like if we make our application so hard to integrate, such a pain in the ass to integrate with, people will just not buy. And it's just like that's not how it works. Kick is a garbage platform and it will probably never be more than a garbage platform. Hmm. This is a lot. Like a lot of. There's a lot of math for this steering. Steering input force placeholder. They say this and it's a vector 3, but my steering is not a vector 3. That's the confusing part, right? Remember, I get stuff wrong. Oh, I get stuff wrong all the time. And then if I just do this, I don't like what it's done. Like I actively don't like it. Curve fitting. Anyways, he came up with a series of formulas that describe the output of friction forces of rubber under load and slip. It is empirical, meaning that the coefficients needed as input are obtained by means of curve fitting. This is the process of getting output data from real life experiments and then deriving constants to fit that data with the magic formula. As such, competing tire data is hard to come by. Complete tire data is hard to come by, and usually under corporation ownership and rarely shared. Interesting. The magic formula is relatively intuitive to use, taking as input parameters the slip quaternion quantities for lateral angle and longitudinal ratio slip. The base magic formula for friction force is in the form of. I think I didn't ask the right question. Because what I'm trying to figure out is what is the force of the back tire going in the direction, the opposite direction of the turn. So if I'm turning this way, the back tire needs to go this way. And I want to figure out what the force going this way is. And this is kind of the problem, is that I don't know how to describe what I want, right? Maybe I can draw it. What's up, Grim? Did you change your name? I feel like you had a slightly different Grim name before. Okay, I'm not crazy then. That makes sense. Things are things are going. Oops, that's not what I wanted at all. Uh, uh, there we go. Yeah, I thought it was something else. All right, let's get this out, and maybe if I talk it through, I can figure out what fucking words I need. Am I on the wrong thing here? Hmm? Seriously, Huey on? All right, just give me like a couple here. I'm gonna leave this on, and then I'm gonna restart, and we're gonna see if I can get this to come back connected. Oh, there we go. Ugh. Okay, here we go. I'm all back and shit. Well, I didn't go anywhere, but should be coming back online any moment now. One of the things I don't like about Huion is how kind of bad the drivers are. But I find that like a lot of like things that are like creative focused have kind of lackluster drivers. Like Black Magic has issues with their drivers crashing computers. Um if they like yeah, Black Magic has crashing problems. Um they don't play nicely with with other systems. Um Huion has like if it's not always on, it causes problems, which annoys me. It's coming. I'm working on it right now. Trying to figure something out here. Liabi, welcome back. I think I've seen you before. 88% sure that you've been here before. I had to reboot, so bear with me here. And Twitch is on a freaking ad break, naturally. How are things going for you today, Leabe? I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing it right. I'm trying. All right, so if we have a vehicle, right? We have a vehicle, right? Like this. Like if this is our truck, right? So if this is our truck and we've got our wheel, right? And we have our wheels, right? Our wheels, this here wheel doesn't turn, but this one does. So when this one turns in this direction, right? So it goes to do from being a side view, right, where it's like, right, a little bit. We want it to turn to be like more like this, right? So instead of it being like a 45, right? So like if we do this, and then we want it to be more like this, right? So it's like, and this comes over like that. And then it comes up like that. There. Right? Actually, wait. How would this look? It would be like, we'd see the back and then it would come around like this. And then this would come down like this and eventually come forward like that. I'd have to actually look at a tire. I've never really thought about it. Anyways, so you get the point, right? Like we want to see the tread, right? So we want to turn it in kind of like this direction. Now that pushes this in this direction because the vehicle wants to turn this way, right? Which means that this needs to turn that way and this needs to point this way. Does that make sense? So I guess we could add maybe like 50% of the force if not steering. in the other direction. Let me test that. Let me test this as a theory. If not is grounded, return. I figured out how I'm going to solve this problem. If not is grounded. If steerable, else vehicle dot add force at position lateral force times 0.5 F will wait, why am I doing wheel? I think this will we'll do this. Maybe. I wonder what this is going to feel like. This is probably going to feel funny. Oh, that feels more slippery. Oh, I figured it out. Wait. She be drifting. That's the idea. I wanted to figure out how do I get this to drift. So what if I just do this then? Then all I need to figure out is like is should this slip? Yeah, there we go. Oh my god, that's perfect. Oh. So now I need to figure out if drift effectively. Uh yeah, probably. But like I don't know if an e-brake would be right for drifting. How does brake work? An e-brake is typically either a traditional mechanical parking brake with a level lever or pedal, or a more modern electronic parking brake uses a button or electronic accelerator. Yeah, but I wonder what, like, you don't drift in a four-wheel vehicle, like a four-wheel drive vehicle. So I don't know if e-braking would work, right?
Today I'm going to explain to you how the parking brake works on your car. Unlike conventional brakes, parking brakes are mechanically activated and run through a cable down to the rear wheels. And if you follow that cable down, it actually goes down the center console and down underneath the transmission tunnel, underneath the airbag computer. Now if you follow that e-brake line underneath the vehicle, it goes under the transmission tunnel here to the splitter, and that basically splits the left side and the right side, and it goes out to each respective wheel. Now the parking brake typically actuates the rear wheels of the car and prevents it from rolling when you park on a hill. Watch when I actuate it while rolling forward. Now some vehicles have two different types of actuators, the foot brake and the hand brake. Now at the rear they're the same, where we have the two separate lines joining at the T-connector before it goes into the body. Once inside we have an extended line that goes underneath the dashboard for the foot brake, whereas the hand brake just has a very small patch line. Now there's 4 12mm nuts that holds parking brake assembly to the firewall. Now here we have the adjustment nut that I'm going to remove, and now I can remove the parking brake handle assembly. Here we have the entire rear subframe removed from the vehicle and the e-brake cable that leads up to it. So just follow the e-brake cable all the way over to the wheel here and remove the brake assembly to see what's going on inside. So here we've got the entire parking brake system removed from the vehicle. Starting here with the foot brake actuator, we've got the cable and the splitter that goes out to the 2 rear knuckles. We have the parking brake assembly as well as the hub that supports the disc and the drum that goes around here. Now as rusty as it is, the rear parking brake is housed in this drum on the rotor and will therefore constrain the rear wheels from turning when engaged. Now when the rotor is removed, we have the hub which supports it and the wheel, and we have the parking brake assembly that goes around it and rides up inside of the drum here. Now to have a close look, I'm going to remove the hub from the knuckle. Now the parking brake is just a drum brake that's manually actuated by a cable instead of a traditional wheel cylinder. Now this parking brake assembly, we have the shoes on the outside here that contact the drum. This one having friction material that's literally falling apart. We have the adjuster and the adjuster spring. We have the return spring as well as the retainer actuator that gets actuated by the...
Are you saying this one's better? Okay, yeah, but this I think is a front wheel drive car, right? So like the front 2 wheels will be powered, but the back 2 won't. These are all wheel drive? Oh. Oh, by the way, did you guys want to do you guys want to see what I've got right now? Ba-da-da. Eventually it will open. These are all-wheel drive. Okay. So these are, yeah. But does the e-brake lock all 4 wheels, or does it only lock the front or only the back? So this is the game I've been working on, Leah Bay. And I hope I didn't butcher your name too badly. Please feel free to correct me if I'm pronouncing it wrong. I try. I'm just really bad at this. Here's my tiny little crowd. Welcome to Shibuya Crossing in Tokyo. With my small, modest crowd, because I haven't performance tuned it yet. There we go. Wow. We.
Drifting is a technique many associate with rear-wheel drive cars, but can you drift with all-wheel drive? Let's explore how all-wheel drive drift works.
This one's a little bit better, but it doesn't describe the e-brake. Okay. Oh,
We need to come in faster than I want to and brake later than I want to. That's how you gotta do it. Welcome back to Team O'Neill. I'm Wyatt.
I'm Chris.
And today we've got the start of a brand new series.
We wanted to create a series to honor Ken, and we're going to watch Wyatt learn how to do some Gymkhana tricks and then hopefully teach me how to do something.
What could possibly go wrong? So when anybody thinks of all-wheel drive drifting, obviously Ken was the master. Many amazing clips to pull from, but the one that I always think of is
Too long didn't read. E-brake does not apply force to the wheels equally. Huh, okay. Hey, other Zach. I haven't seen you in frickin' ages. Holy shit, how have you been, man? Not always balanced because the front and rear, because balance between the front and rear axles. See, this is good to know. This is good to know. For anybody that is unaware, Zach here really, really knows his game engine math and understands this shit so well. Life's been weird. Work's been making me shave and wear a blazer. They can make you shave. That's just rude. Federal contracts be like that? Ah, federal contracts. Ugh. Well, I got some vehicle stuff going here. My math is kind of shit, but I'm trying to figure it out. It's so difficult. I decided that I didn't really want to go with traditional like wheel colliders and stuff like that because they're goddamn impossible for me to tune because I don't understand them. Did they give you a complimentary? What is this? Oh, khakis, complimentary khakis. Are you shooting for a modified equation or something homegrown? I'm not entirely sure. Part of me wants to say I want the Pasek Jaka's equation. I cannot pronounce that man's name. But part of me is just wanting to do something homegrown, if possible. But I think his equation would be better. But I don't understand the lateral. Like I'm a little bit on the struggle bus here with like understanding the math right now. So what I was thinking is if I do this, right, I can get a little bit of what I'm looking for. And that might actually just do the thing. Wait, do I have that one currently open? No, I don't. Holy shit. Cars are everywhere in games. You don't say. 6 hours of reading. I'm gonna copy this over so everybody everywhere can see it. I was looking at this one. It also comes with conference presentations. Oof. I'm gonna bookmark this. Give me a second. I'm gonna see about I'm gonna paste this into the Discord. Because nobody actually fucking types in these Discord anyways, so it doesn't matter. Um
The start of Gymkhana 5.
Yeah, so what I was thinking, Zach, was if I do this, right? And let's just say we do ×2, right? I don't think that this needs to be like this. Is that one good or bad? Oh, you mean like a complex version of it, right? This actually might be what I'm looking for. For the most part, it seems about right. I need to make this bigger though. This play area is a bit too small. It accounts for a bunch of suspension geometry. Great if you want to make a simulator, but not strictly necessary for an arcade system. Okay, yeah, I'm going for something. So maybe you might be able to correct me, Zach. I'm wanting something that is uh what was I going to say? I want something that's going to be words are hard. I want something arcadey, right? I want it to feel a little bit arcadey, but I want it to be loosely grounded in at least a little bit of realism. Right? Like I don't want it to feel like full on like arcade, But I want it to feel arcade-y to some degree, right? Like I don't want it to feel like you're in a simulator. I want it to feel like arcadey, but like just the right amount of arcade, which is so hard to define. The impossibility is here. Move that. You want a car with personality? Yeah. Well, I also plan on doing things with it that like the ramping and stuff like that. I want that to feel right. And I want it to drift I want it to be able to drift, but I don't want it to always be drifting. Right now I've got it always drifting, but that's just because the numbers, right? I think this feels about right. Like I think I figured out some of it. To 8 to 16 parameters and get something that's easy to tune. Yeah. That's probably what I'm looking for. This is I was going to use this, but I went and tried it and I'd have to do too much research to try and figure out how to use it. Also, because this game is kind of focused around the idea of my brain's going to catch up eventually. Because this is a driving game, I feel like I should build my I should learn how to build the driving controller, right? Oh wait, I've got to log in. I'm probably signed out. You can use things like front/rear power ratios and front/rear braking ratios to balance the overall feel of the truck. Yes, yes.
That force
The people won't be able to there's only going to be one vehicle on launch day, and I might incorporate other vehicles in the future, but this is one of the ones that I was looking at as like a kind of one of my testing points for like how I wanted to do it. Because this guy here has a vehicle kind of like what I was wanting. In very, very valet. Right?
and that for step by step all the ways we calculate the forces required to make custom. So we're making a couch co-op game about being valets. We wanted to make sure we had complete control of the feel, physics, and the amount of realism in our cars. And our line of thinking is if you have a mechanic in your game that's central to your game and you have the skills to code it yourselves, you should code it yourselves. That'll give you complete control to modify it and adjust it as your game evolves over the course of development. In this video, we're going to go over step by step all the ways we calculate the forces required to make custom car physics in Unity. All right, welcome to our car test facility.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at one of
So this is kind of like one of my starting points here was that video. Now I have a material in here that I wanted to bring in. Here, where are you, Mr. Material? Have you talked to Walla Bear about it? No, who's Walla Bear? Oh, no, oh, you mean like on Discord or something like that? I was just watching their video and using that as kind of like a jumping off point. Oh, I didn't know that they made Jelly Car. Wow. Oh yeah, but this is literally this guy, isn't it? Never mind, I was completely wrong. I didn't know they were a Twitch streamer though. Schedule. How often do they stream? Oh, they stream like a couple times a week potentially. Let's give them a shout out. It looks like maybe Godot is what they're using right now. That's kind of cool. I'll see if I can catch one of their streams in the future. There was another YouTube Twitch streamer that I was debating. I was kind of debating whether or not to ask him. He made an egg game. Accelerate, that's the one. He made this. This guy. I was gonna ask him, but he's been pretty deep into his current game, and I didn't want to bug him too much about it because he's building his engine too. This one here is this one's made in Unity, but his primary game is made in his own custom engine. Yeah, Tim's great. I really like Tim. Tim's good people. I don't catch too many of his streams, just because he streams at hours that I can't usually be on. I'm gonna see if I can catch this guy though. I was trying to find something here. Cast visualizer. There is a material. There it is. Grid prototype material. That's the one that I wanted. So for like engine brake and stuff like that, there was a couple values that I was thinking about playing with. And they seem like they might actually do what I'm looking for, right? But I need to get this to not look so terrible. I don't know if I did that right. Yeah, I didn't. There we go. There we go. Now we can see stuff. Now we have a point of reference, right? And I also have to fix the camera, right? Because the camera's a bit too static. I want it to like turn with the car a little bit more. So I'm gonna have to work on that. It's gonna be fun. And I also want, like, as you speed up, I want the camera to pull back. Because right now it's very stationary, right? So I guess the math right now, okay, so the math right now that I'm looking for is trying to figure out if the wheels should slip, right? And then when you don't have acceleration held down, I want to come in here, right? And if we come into here and we do this, we can crank this up and this will be our engine brake if we just do linear dampening. That's what I was thinking for the engine brake, is just like a linear dampening for like where it increases over time. Or it just increases, period, right? Because like I think if I'm going fast, right? Like say here, we go fast, right? And then I'm gonna let off the gas and I'm gonna put this to 10. 10 is too much. 10 is too much. But if it's gonna be a gearbox. I mean, I have gears, stuff like that too. I don't know if I'm gonna do a manual transmission though. I might. I did do the RPM math at one point. Like I actually did the math to figure out your RPMs, and then you pump that into a thing. And I also ended up having to do the math to figure out like what gear you're in. Yeah, I was thinking this. Although this feels like it's a bit much, right? Oh fuck. That works. And then like when you apply gas, you remove it. Let's quickly code that in and see how it feels. Was it angular or linear? Yeah. Testing with a controller. This is it. This is a hard controller game. You should really be using a controller for this game. Maybe one is still too much. Maybe not. No, one is too much. Yeah. This works. This does actually work. Oddly, funny enough. But actually, I wonder how it feels now with the controller. I mean, with keyboard and mouse. Not bad. Not bad at all. This is surprisingly good feeling for like how simple it is so far. There's obviously still a lot of work that needs to be done, but like it does actually work surprisingly well. All right, so give me a moment. What I'm gonna do, because I have to go to the bathroom, is I'm gonna go like this, save this, come over here. We're gonna drive into the middle of of the of the thing. All right, we're just gonna do this here. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Holy shit, we got a lot of them. Was I not clicked into this? Hey Zach, I got a question for you. I have an answer 3. What's the math equation to figure out I want to figure out what the force is in a set direction on the back tires and front tires, I suppose, to see whether or not they should be sliding. Right? So I want to try and figure out, should I be sliding? And I want that just to be a tunable number, right? Like it can be I want to base it off of a curve eventually. But like, let's say that if the friction coefficient or whatever is like X, then it starts sliding, and that way I can ramp up the force on the back tires, the opposite direction on the back tires, and it will give me that slide, the power slide that I want, right? I guess it's trying to figure out the friction at the wheel point, maybe? Would that be what it would be? From call span? Maybe. What's call span? Go down to the header SR. Ah, okay. What was this one, right? Oh, here we go. The traction between those two is where the interesting part happens. The difference between how fast the wheel wants to slip and how fast the car is actually moving along the ground is exactly what determines the longitudinal tire force. Is captured in a value called the slip ratio. Now, personally, I find the term a bit misleading. It implies a measure of how much the tire is slipping, when it really is more of a measure of deformation in the longitudinal component. But that's the accepted terminology in tire dynamics, so we'll stick with it. Slip ratio is a unitless value that quantifies the difference between the ratio rotational speed of the wheel and the speed of the vehicle along the ground. If both are perfectly matched, no power applies, no braking. No braking. Then the slip ratio is 0. As soon as the wheel starts rotating faster than the vehicle is moving, acceleration, or slower, braking, you get a non-zero slip ratio. This is where the tire begins to deform and generate usable forces. The slip ratio can be defined as slip ratio equals angular velocity of the driven/braked wheel. So the angular velocity of the wheel minus the angular velocity of a free rolling wheel divided by so all we're doing is dividing which equals the angular velocity of the wheel divided by a free rolling wheel minus 1. Does that sound right? From Society of Automotive Engineering document SAE J670, vehicle dynamics terminology, or alternatively as SR equals WR1 is that an L? Okay. Linear velocity minus 1. This one seems easier to understand. Because I don't have the angular velocity of a free rolling wheel. Oh, here we go. The capstone CalSpan Tire Research Facility. What makes this all very messy is that traction is weird and dynamic. That makes sense. That makes entire sense. That's why you need the curve, right? That's why you need a curve, not just a hard point. It would be simple, but traction isn't just friction. Yeah, that makes sense. So this is angular velocity of the driven wheel times loaded radius of the wheel. I am not entirely sure I understand this exact value here. Divided by the linear velocity of the axle over the road surface. Would these not actually be the same? Oops. Or no, this would be the linear velocity of the. But wouldn't the linear velocity of no, because this is the the speed at which it's spinning, right? So this is the speed at which the wheel is actually physically spinning. This is the speed at which the vehicle is actually moving. And then this is the radius / weight. So like this would be the weight of the vehicle, effectively, to simplify the math, right? If we're trying to simplify the math as simple as possible, this here would be effectively the weight of the vehicle times 0.25, right? Because if it's a 4-wheel vehicle, right? And we were to say distribute it equally, right? Just for sake of ease, then this would be effectively times 2.5, right? It'd be like 1/4 of the weight would be on each wheel. Ah, fuck. Is it the stunt deck one? Anyways, I didn't realize that we were on an ad break, but so wait, so if I go over this, right? So this is going to be the speed at which the tire is turning. This is the speed at which the car is actually moving. And this is the overall weight of the vehicle times 0.25, right? There are many different ways to define it. They all map more or less to the same thing. Now, if we plot the slip ratio against the longitudinal force generated by the tire, the result is a curve. Normalizing traction force. There was a PDF for this somewhere. Let me dig it up. Okay. I might not understand it is kind of the problem here as well. Braking slip ratio. At low slip ratio, traction increases with more deformation. This is the tire flexing and gripping the road. At a peak, the tire reaches its maximum traction. Beyond the peak, the tire begins to slide and force drops off. This is dynamic friction. Even when fully slipping, the tire still generates some force. Spinning out still moves the car forward slightly. In braking, the behavior is similar. Locking the wheels completely doesn't eliminate all stopping power. It just makes it much less effective. The curve tends to drop more gradually in braking due to how rubber compresses under deceleration. Really, it only really matters for something like drag race scenarios where the load ratio changes rapidly as the tire undergoes extreme compression. Oh yeah, because they don't. Yeah, drag racing tires. The slow mo on the drag racing tire is crazy. Uh, drag racing tires slow motion. This is always crazy. Slip, 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 slip. And gripping. Just and there's the slip. And it starts to grip. It like when you look at this, doesn't it just like it's like is just this like cloth? And then like if you go up and actually tap these wheels, they're actually solid. but but under what? The 10,000 horsepower or whatever crazy amounts of horsepower it is, it just looks like freaking cloth. It looks like this thing of like thin rubber cloth that's been inflated by air. It's so weird. So the line from the center axis to the ground would be load radius. Wait, let me come back to this. The load radius would be so the line from the center of the axle to the ground would be the load radius. Well, the line from the center of the axle to the top of the tire is the free radius. So that would be this one and this one. The axle is considered a fixed point, right? Oh, okay. So the loaded radius of the wheel is from the center of the axle to the ground would be the loaded radius. Well, okay, so this here would be the from the axle from if we were to draw a line from the axle to the ground. And the axle doesn't move, right? Like we're not accounting for suspension on the axle, correct? A non-zero slip ratio does not mean that the tire is sliding. It's important to clarify something. A non-zero slip ratio does not mean the tire is sliding. You can have a moderate amount of slip and still be in a static friction. That's the sweet spot where real driving happens. The entire process is a spectrum, not a binary state. Grip tractions fluidly, grip transitions fluidly from perfect rolling conditions to full slip, and the physics engine should reflect that. Good simulation happens in the middle ground where the tire is deforming but not yet sliding. That's where control, feedback, and vehicle responsiveness comes from. Once you understand the physical principles, the code is actually pretty manageable. You need a way to compute slip ratio, difference between tire rotation and vehicle speed. The important bit here is that the load radius decreases under hard acceleration and braking because the tire squishes. It doesn't matter too much for arcade systems. Okay. But how do So this is where I'm a little bit confused then. Okay. So I think I understand what you mean now. Right? Right? So we have our tire, right? And then as the faster we go, the smaller this tire becomes on the bottom. Right? And if our axle point is here, right? This here becomes this here now. And when they say under load, they don't mean like actual like load on top of the wheel. They mean like under load as in like I'm not sure how I'd word this, but like the idea is that the load is actually the forces, not like necessarily like the downward force of the vehicle itself. It's the force at this point here is the load. Of effectively, right? Like because this is trying to spin this direction maybe. And it pushes this up. Yeah. Actually, I've got a better way of doing this. One sec. All right. So we whip out this bad boy here. We put this little glove here on. All right. So if we draw in the center here, I'm gonna draw our little circle in the center here. So as this goes this way, there's a force that we need to calculate of this here point here. Take this point, and we want to move this point, want to effectively apply a fake force of this point up, right? Which will then deform this tire, right? Then here's the tire, and then we do this. And then with this, we would come in and this would become this, right? And then so our starting point might be, 2.5. And then when we get to here, this one might be 1.5. Ooh, I hurt my knee there. Smacked my knee into the super fancy simulator games actually simulate multiple contact patches per tire, but you only need one contact patch in your case. I was actually going to do 3. I was going to do this. Not that I was going to simulate all of them or in any way. It was just mostly to just add an extra contact point to check whether or not the wheel is actually connecting to the ground. Yeah, there was one simulator thing that I found, and if the wheel is like this, right? There's a bit of a bow in it, right? Like this. They did this. Right? And this would be, and if we were to add tread to this, we'll use purple for tread, right? The tread would be here, right? So like you're seeing the tire, right? And it like comes up and right, and the axle's like right here. That's where it connects to the center, right? They had a bunch of lines for checking here. And it was a super fancy simulator, I guarantee. But it's open source on GitHub. And I was looking at it. Unity vehicle physics GitHub. I don't think it was this one. This is it. No, this isn't it. But this is one of the ones that I also was looking at. Player input drives the axle speed and the steering angle. And then you do the math to determine how much the tire compresses. And then all of that together can be used to compute the slip ratio. God damn. Is there not a simpler method for that? I feel like there should be a simpler method. Oh, hey. This is what I was trying to draw. What is this? This is a special engine, isn't it? Or this is some kind of special simulator. This is crazy. This looks like what's that C++? There's a C++ library that this looks like it's built with. Like the tuning parts of it at least. Right, with all the numbers. Yeah, Dear I Am GUI. Yeah. This looks like Dear I Am GUI with a custom engine in the center. The engine could be something like Raylib, maybe? This reading is gonna would take me longer than 6 hours to do. I'm not even gonna lie. This is gonna take me longer than 6 hours to understand. There's a GitHub. I feel like there should be an easier way to calculate. Was it in here? It might have been in here. No, it's not that one. Tire grip factor. This is it. Yeah. This is what I was thinking of trying to go for. But it's difficult, right? Because like I almost feel like I don't have enough information. So I think for this, it'd be the tire transform dot right times the input. Yeah, and that would either reverse it or not, right? And the tire mass, which is the actual weight of the tire. If I'm not mistaken, the tire mass is the weight of the tire. Acceleration, so multiply by the mass of the tire and apply as a force. We could type this out and see if it works. Or how it works. But I don't see the like calculation for the actual slip, right? Change the velocity into an acceleration. Acceleration equals change time. One physics step. I guess the question is, should we try this? Right. And this would be the if we do this. Vector 3 steering direction equals transform. So a lot of this is going to depend on what situation you want tire slip in. This whole slip ratio approach handles slip for both cornering and straight lines, while more simplified approaches tend to focus on just cornering. I was thinking of just focusing on cornering because I think I've mostly solved the other, right? I'm just sorry. Okay, maybe if I explain what I want, I'm trying to think of how I'm going to explain what I want, right? So the idea of what I'm trying to think of is I want some arbitrary value, right? So I'm going to have, let's do this, new. So if I have my grid, right, my time my curve, right, and I have a curve that maybe looks like this, right, or something like that, right? What I'm wanting, and if this is one of these needs to be speed. Maybe this is speed. I don't know. We'll figure it out, right? Speed. Yeah, speed. And then this is going to need to be another value, and I need to figure out what this value is, and then this will affect this value here. Sorry, this, and maybe like it will affect this lateral force, right? In some way, right? And that I haven't quite figured out yet. So that's kind of like all I'm trying to think of right now. So I'm trying to figure out like what value does, like, how do I get this value? And then I can figure out where on this point it is. And if this is 1 and this is 1 and this is 0. Wait, no. This I think I figured it out. Oh, is that what I'm looking for? A slip angle? Scroll down to the lateral tire forces section. Okay, give me a second. Lateral tire. So far, we've been looking at how a tire behaves in the longitudinal direction, accelerating and braking. Now we're focusing on the lateral forces that happen when the car turns, or more precisely, when a tire turns away from where it's heading. When the tire turns, the contact patch doesn't stay rigid. It deforms. That deformation caused by the lateral load is what generates the force that steers the car. You can see it clearly in this footage of a tire on a treadmill being steered while rolling. Oh, I see the bulge. Yeah. Interesting. Oh, look.
This is one of the most important but misunderstood concepts in motorsports. If you understand slip angle, everything else you do in your driving will make more sense, and you will find it much easier to find the limit and, most importantly, stay on it. The problem is that there are many wrong explanations in motorsports. If you understand slip angle, everything else you do in your
That's so confusing.
about slip angle out there. So let's fix that. Slip angle is not a driving style. Slip angle is not a technique. Slip angle is not a state of the balance of the car. Slip angle is simply the measurement of the distance in degrees of angle between where your tires are pointing compared to where they are going. This difference in angle creates the lateral force that turns the car. For example, in a 40-degree drift, the rear tires of the car are at a 40-degree slip angle, while the front tires are closer to zero slip angle, with consistent adjustments on the steering to help adjust that drift angle of the rear tires. Each tire will have a specific slip angle where it will generate the strongest lateral forces, or maximum grip. We call this the optimal slip angle. This is important. A fast racing driver is capable of staying
lateral
as
force.
close as possible.
Okay, wait 1 sec. So it's lateral force and slip angle.
Angle. This is important. A fast racing driver is capable of staying as close as possible to the optimal slip angle of all four tires during the whole corner, from entry to mid-corner to exit. Every technique, every concept you learn, trail braking, engine braking, steering traces, we do all of that just to maintain the optimal slip angle during the whole corner, so that you can get as much lateral force from the tires and carry the most speed. The tire is made of a flexible rubber that stretches and compresses.
Perfect.
When we turn
He's showing videos we just watched.
the front tires, that part of the tire that is still in contact to the ground resists that rotation and bends because it is glued to the ground and it wants to keep going to the direction it was going before. This distortion at the contact patch between the tire and the road is what creates the force that will turn the tire, like a compressed spring trying to release its energy. Slipping versus sliding. How much slip angle is too much? Let's explore what happens at different levels of slip angle, from under the limit to optimal to slightly past optimal.
Too much scrub slash sliding.
Finally to excessive slip angle. This is a graph of slip angle versus lateral load. Here you can see that the forces extracted from the tire rise as we increase the slip angle, as we start bending and distorting the tires at their contact patch. In this first point, we are under the limit of the tires, because they were designed to deform more than this and generate more lateral forces than this. So we're just not using all the grip. At this point, the optimal slip angle, we reach the tire peak deformation and maximum lateral force that it can offer. Past this point, when it comes to the front tires, we are already starting to feel the force feedback on the steering becoming weaker, which is our way to feel that we are abusing the tires. The tire continues to deform, but the deformation no longer translates efficiently into grip. The carcass of the tire starts getting more and more stressed, so instead of producing higher lateral forces, the tire actually saturates and begins to lose its ability to generate more force, but instead we feel a loss in lateral grip. At this stage, some parts of the contact patch start to slide relative to the road. If we increase the slip angle even further, even more parts of that contact patch start to slide, and we transition to a full slide or scrub, which overheats and destroys the tire, all that while we feel less and less lateral grip. We can also call too much slip angle something like a slide angle or a drift angle, because the deformation at this point is now mostly just bad friction. In summary, the tire even deforms more overall as you pass the optimal slip angle, but that deformation shifts from being primarily elastic with efficient grip generation to being dominated by sliding, resulting in a loss of lateral force while the tire begins to skip or scrub across the surface. Now, what is the perfect slip angle? That depends on the tire. Street tires, designed for everyday driving and meant to have a long lifespan, have their optimal slip angle at around 8 to 12 degrees. The buildup of the lateral force in these tires is more progressive, the feedback is more forgiving, and when we go past the optimal slip angle, the grip decreases smoothly, minimizing the chance of a sudden loss of control. You can see that the area in which the grip is close to its maximum is relatively large, which means a more predictable handling behavior. Semi-slicks or competition tires designed for track days and high-performance driving have their optimal slip angle at around 5 to 7 degrees. They have stiffer sidewalls and softer compounds. They generate higher levels of grip at lower slip angle compared to street tires. Here's the thing though, when you go past the optimal slip angle on these tires, there's a faster drop in grip compared to the street tires, which demands a more precise control. The slick tires, meant for professional racing, have a slip angle at around 2 to 4 degrees. They have the stiffest construction but the softest compounds. This grip builds up very quickly, reaching the peak very quickly, and the grip drops very quickly past the optimal slip angle, which requires the most precise driving technique. How do we feel the slip angle? The closer to the optimal slip angle, the stronger the resistance of the force feedback of the steering wheel. This is obviously true only for the front tires. The force feedback on your steering wheel is the most important way you will feel the car when driving at a high level, especially in the simulator. I have a whole video about that. I'll put it up here and in the description. Here's a pro tip. The peak lateral force you get from the tires don't exactly match the peak resistance from the steering. The peak force feedback comes ever so slightly before the actual maximum lateral forces you will get from the tire, which means you can force an extra few degrees of steering past the peak feedback to reach that limit. Some drivers call this overdriving the fronts, but be careful not to overdo it. We are talking about really subtle stuff here. How is slip angle expressed in different scenarios like understeer, neutral steer, and oversteer? In understeer, the slip angle of the front tires is way higher than their optimal slip angle, and also higher than the rear tires' slip angle. Because of that, the front tires are not capable of generating enough lateral force, while the rear tires are generating more lateral resistance to that rotation that the front tires are asking, which makes the car go straighter. In oversteer, the slip angle of the rear tires is way higher than their optimal slip angle and also higher than the front tires' slip angle. Because of that, the fronts generate a high amount of rotation that the rear tires cannot keep up. So they keep sliding towards where they were going. Because of inertia, they keep going forward while the front tires are torquing the whole car laterally, causing the car to slide and spin. In neutral steer, things can get slightly complicated because neutral steer means the slip angle of both rear and front tires are exactly the same, and the forces generated are pretty similar. In neutral steer, the car is sliding equally with just some minimal adjustments in direction coming from the front tires, from the steering, to maintain that state. Neutral steer is interesting because it can be good or bad, depending on how much all 4 tires are sliding. Because technically, you can be in neutral steer while being on the ideal slip angle of both front and rear tires. But you can also be just sliding too much, both ends, which looks amazing, but it's just slower. In an ideal scenario, with neutral steer, you have actually a little bit more forces being generated by the front tires, because otherwise the rotation would never happen. This is an example of a near perfect corner done by one of our coaches, Kane, driving the Mazda MX-5 at Okayama in iRacing. He turns in and immediately enters the optimal slip angle and ideal neutral steer, uses the light hands technique, the weight transfer adjustments from the brake release and the engine braking, all that to control and maintain this optimal state and generate the maximum lateral load possible to carry the highest speed possible. And again, like I said, every technique that he's applying here is serving a purpose. It's trying to put the car on the optimal slip angle as early as possible. So here on entry, for example, you can see him pretty much turning this much. That's it. He went from here, steering angle 0 degree, to here. That's what, 5 degrees? And then that already, with the engine braking, he just went to second gear, he's still trail braking, lots of weight on the front tires. That's already enough to put the car on the optimal slip angle by here. By here, the car is literally already on the limit of the tires. Now, he's already counter steering a tiny bit. Of course, it's some micro counter steer, is pretty much with the wheel straight. And then now a little bit to the left, but the car is still gaining rotation. Why is that? Because the front tires are still pointing to the inside because of the total slip angle of the car. So that means the tires are still creating a force to the inside, even though the steering is pointing ever so slightly to the left, because the final slip angle between the tire and the road is still pointing to the right.
Okay. Load also plays a role. Okay, sorry, one sec. Store it. Higher the vertical force passing the tire into the road, pressing the tire into the road, the more pronounced the deformation. Simulate this behavior correctly, we need to understand a few angles. In this graph, we look at the... Wait, so is this where the steering angle comes from? So our maximum steering angle could be like 40%, right? 40 degrees. And then this factors into figure out the angle that we're looking for, to figure out the angle of the actual tire itself. Difference between the car's forward direction and the direction the wheel is pointing. The angle between the wheel's pointing direction and the velocity vector of the tire. Yeah, okay, steering angle, slip angle. Careful though, the slip angle is not to be confused with the slip ratio, which refers to the wheel spin in the longitudinal direction. The slip angle governs lateral force. The slip ratio governs longitudinal force. So how do I implement this? Neutral steer is the balanced case where the slip angle angles are roughly equal to both the front and rear axles. As a result, the car turns precisely as the driver intends. This condition is often the design goal for race cars at mid-corner speed. Understeering, the front tires develop larger slip angles than the rear. This means they reach the grip limit sooner and begin to slide, causing the car to follow a wider arc than what the steering input suggests. Vehicle. Yeah, so this is okay, this is exactly what I'm looking for. So it's slip angle that I want. So now I just have to figure out the math. Yeah, but now I have to figure out the math of how to figure this out. He's holding a book. Determining velocity. Vehicle's speed perpendicular to its intended direction. Longitudinal, the vehicle's speed in the direction it is pointing. So this is the desired direction, and this is the direction we're currently pointing in. Did I already read this one? This one looks familiar. It's because it is familiar. Not that one. This one? It is this one, isn't it? It is. Oops. Ungrip. Yeah. These are the same papers. um. So at this stage, you're really just converting velocity to force. Yeah, yes. Yes. That is what we're trying to figure out. So it's what we want to do here, right? So I want to replace this with the new math, right? You show me how to calculate slip angle. Vector math better for unity physics. Get the velocity at the wheel contact point. When they say contact point, do they mean the contact point with the ground or the contact point with the vehicle? So the axle point. Find the wheel's forward direction. Isn't forward already normalized? Project velocity into the plane of the road. Ignore vehicle. Compute slip angle. Lateral component, longitude component. Oh, wait. So is this like is this one like lat and long? Is that the idea? No. No. We don't. This is dictated. This is telling us where on the map we are. Never mind. Sorry. Yeah, okay. So this gives us this is sorry, just ignore this. This isn't speed. This is the slip angle. Wheel transformed out forward. If the car is going straight with no slide velocity, Vy grows. Alpha increases. Do you want me to extend this to calculate the actual lateral tire force from alpha so you can your steer force isn't just a magic constant but based on a slip angle and cornering stiffness? Yes. Great. Here's a complete practical guide and ready to use ready to drop into your code that goes from the slip angle to a realistic to a point lateral force with friction limiting. I think that it can solve it to a point. I don't think it's going to be perfect. It's definitely going to have edge cases and bugs in it, but let me know if you need me to like highlight anything specific or anything like that. Friction limiting plus a combined slip limiter so cornering reduces available drive / brake force. I'll give the math compact a clear C# implementation that you can plug into your handle steering well / wheel loop and small tuning numerical notes. Okay. Core math compact. Well contact velocity at point V. Get point velocity. Forward right axis for wheel world space. Longitudinal and lateral components. Slip angle gradients. Use small to avoid blowups at near zero forward speeds. Interesting. Linear lateral force, small angle linear tire model. Or compute from suspension raycast force if you have them. So I do actually have the raycast force. Combined slip friction to reduce available longitudinal force. Force is used. Approach of filtering the lateral and longitudinal forces inside a circle, but I'm not sure if it'll get there. Wait, what is this? I'm not familiar with this. Hmm. Wheel transform. Oh, wait. So the wheel itself, we actually want to apply the transform to the wheel. Oh. So this would actually have a rotation applied to it. Is that the idea here? Do, do, do. Portion of mass on the wheel. Some should equal 1. Sure. Avoid division by 0. Combined slip parameters. Optional. Approximate longitudinal peak force per wheel in newtons. Use combined slip. True. Call this per wheel when you want to apply lateral force. So is this I'm still a little bit confused here. Is this the actual physical wheel or the axle? Hmm. Get velocity point. Ensure forward includes steering angle. Decompose velocity. Ignore vertical. Project onto plane if you have a banking uneven surface. Component. Vx is world forward. Vy is val world right. Slip angle. Vy math dot max. Epsilon. This is to avoid 0 because the ABV could be 0. ABS could be 0 for this. Okay, that makes sense. Lateral force from linear model. Corner stiffness. To oppose slip direction. Lateral force from the linear model. I almost feel like I should. From I'm doing okay. Welcome, Kafir. I am in the process of building a vehicle system and trying to get it to feel right. But I need to use the facilities. So in the meantime, I am going to do this. Good luck, really. It's coming. It's coming along. I'm just trying to figure out how I'm going to calculate a couple of things, but in the meantime, I'll figure it out. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. I found a calculator for it. Oh, sweet. I had an idea, and I'm kind of thinking that I should run with it and test it and see if it works. Result, let's see, 40? Wait, what? Can I even type into this? Oh, this is the result. Slip angle of the tire. Let's say 30. Velocity of the vehicle. I don't even know. Let's say is this meters a second? What would that be? That'd be, let's say it's going 60. I don't think that I don't think this is right. Also 60? This I can actually grab, right? Because these are values that are easy to grab. So steering angle. So the steering angle is whatever the person's input. The slip angle of the tire we can plot, I think. Okay. Let me lay out what my thought here is. I'm just gonna put this one out here, and then I'm gonna give it a try, right, and see if this works. So what I'm thinking, and this might work, this might not. It's hard to say, right? So let's see. So if I go like this, right, and we have so what I do is I take this. This is speed, right? Actual forward speed. Right? And then this will be force. Right? Just bear with me. Right? And then this is, we'll plot this, right? Force multiple, or the force value, or the whatever, right? Val thing. I don't have a name for it right now. So what I do is I take the forward speed, and I've got this here, and I plot it, and I say grab this one here, right? So say this is 60. So I grab this. This value here, this is a 1. This is 0. And this goes up to, 600. This goes up to 200. Right? So we grab this, and then we input that into this value here. And maybe also this value here. So steer strength. So what I'm thinking is we get the plotted value, right? Plotted value, maybe? Steer strength. Times plotted value times steer strength times steer input times transform dot right. I don't know if that makes sense, does it? Plotted value based on speed. Speed. But this, I like this. I like this because it you know, you input one thing and it does the rest for you, right? This is effectively what we're looking at here. Use the downward cast. Your suspension spring. Ugh. I know that there's like one part of this I'm just that's just not clicking. Should I just could you show me the most basic? Negative opposes slip. So this is it, right? Magic formula coefficient. Tune these. Stiffness factor, shape factor. What is the shape factor? Okay. B, D, C, D. These fuck. epsilon isn't used. This one's just for the math. For here to give us a non-zero value, right? So D is D. Ah, fuck! I didn't. Fuck. Sorry. Okay, let me take a let me see if I can figure out which letters belong to what. Sign of D. So I think D is the same. C might also be the same. Where's C being used? C is also the same. Yeah, C is also the same. B is E. Can I change this? Stiffness. No, E actually, wait. Oh, no, this was supposed to be E here. Okay. X is pi. X is a this is a value that we come up with later. Whereas alpha is slip angle radiant. B is stiff factor, slope at the origin. Basically how quickly the force builds with small slip. C, the shape factor, curve, the general shape, usually around curvature factor, just where the curve bends over, referring to the fall off. So this is not utilizing a. Okay, wait, one sec. Let's try this. Okay, let's try it. Let's try it first. Okay, so we come up here. We add these in. Then we come down here and we go to the new handle steering. And then we can just pop this in effectively. Is this transform? is this the wheel with rotation added for the steer, or is it the axle position? Mm. This is my current code. Can you tell me what you are talking about? In your axle point, is your axle point suspension arc? You're already rotating the update wheel position when you apply the steering angle. Transform right already reflect the steering wheel orientation. Your transform is your axle point. So you're already rotating you're already rotating this in your update wheel position. You apply the steering angle, so transform dot forward and transform dot right already reflect the steering wheel orientation. This wheel is is the mesh object purely visual. You only move it up and down in update suspension to make it match the suspension length. It does not control the steering force. It's just eye candy. Yeah, I get that, but I'm asking, oh my God. Actual physical force, add force. So it didn't answer my question. Is wheel transform that position the wheel with rotation added for the steer or axle point in your code? No. Ah, for fuck's sakes. It's fucking useless. How does your code know how much the user is trying to steer, since you don't account for that at all? In other words, the alpha slip angle is computed from the difference between where the wheel is pointing and where the tire is actually moving. If you never rotate tire transform in response to player steering input, then alpha will always be computed against a neutral forward axis, and the tire model doesn't feel any driver steering. Where steering input comes in, the steering input should rotate the tire's reference frame, the axle pivot, not the mesh. That's why without forward stays straight ahead. Alpha comes only from the car drifting sideways. Okay, so well, Okay, this is it. This is what we wanted. Thank you. For fuck's sakes. Again, it keeps coming back to wheel transform. But what is wheel transform? Like what is wheel transform? Because he still hasn't the ChatGPT still hasn't actually explained what wheel transform is. Okay. Okay. Now what is wheel transform? Wheel is the visual mesh of the tire, yes. Transform the axle point itself, the physical pivot axle. What wheel transform should be when I wrote the minimal. Vector 3, wheel position, wheel transform dot position. I was assuming wheel transform the axle pivot / physical point, not the visual mesh. You want where the wheel touches the ground and what way it's pointing to. So in your axle point class, wheel transform is equivalent to this dot transform. Okay, thank you. For fuck's sakes, was that so hard? I think it's going to try and play again. Oh, I think it's going the opposite direction. Oh shit, I forgot to do something. Probably not. I don't know yet, though. Stiffness factor, shape factor. I'm not sure what the values should be. And that does make things a little bit confusing. So what if I do this? No. What if I bring this down? Yeah, but this is getting into realism that I don't want. I don't. This system doesn't make any sense to me. So I'm not gonna use it. It's not a ChatGPT can't explain it properly, and I don't understand it, so I'm not gonna use it. Right now, this is still the best system that I've found. It's the easiest to work with, right? And then what we do is we just do a curve, right? Timeline? No. Fuck, what was it? Animation curve. What do I add to this? Oh, there we go. Mm-hmm. Like I want to use it, but I don't understand the formula. So how do I tune something I don't understand? Right? It's kind of the problem that I'm running into. What was the vehicle velocity ratio? Like the fact that like nobody can give you just show an example of code that actually utilizes a steering value to show how the formula works is really weird. Like I would expect it to be like okay, so this makes sense. What value is steer? Like what value is my joystick that's 1 to 0? Or minus 1 to 1? Like which value is minus 1 to 1? Right? If I have that value, then this makes more sense because this is I still have to like figure out what is DCE, what is X, what is pi? Is this the value here? Like what happens if this is minus 1? Right? Like if we do steer value, right? And then this is steer value, right? This also is steer value because this was X, which is value. Equals 1. Why is this an error? But so where does the Okay, but that doesn't help me. Okay, so in order to get the slip angle, I need to do the formula that requires the slip angle that doesn't take in a steering value, so we don't know how much the user's trying to steer. I don't know where the steering value comes in. And the steering value is just literally I don't even care if it's the right name for it. It's just the value of between -1 and 1 that I'm trying to figure out. Where does that play into this? ChatGPT couldn't give it to me. This apparently doesn't even care, right? Like it doesn't exist in this formula at all, right? Like I'm just confused. Like it doesn't seem like this is going to work at all because like there's nowhere to input a value that the user provides, right? Everything's kind of hard coded, or at least it seems hard coded. I thought maybe like pi was a placeholder, but apparently that's not. I don't know. like like yeah, there's not enough information. Why does why can't people write like why can't mathematicians and people who do math write it out in a way that actually is readable? Like this is readable if you understand every single part of this equation already. I don't D is a meaningless value, C is a meaningless value, E is a meaningless value, X is a meaningless value. Right? Like I don't know what any of these values mean. I don't understand them. Right? Like I just none of these take user input, right? They're just it's random. So we have a 300-page document on how to calculate a 300 or 400-page document on how to calculate the slip angle, based off of like absolutely arbitrary data. And then we've got a like 600, 700, 800 page document on how to utilize this one formula. And it's just like, all I want to know is what values do I put into where and how do they affect the like we can get to how do they affect it later, right? Right now, the only thing I care about is like how does this value doesn't mean anything to me. It looks cool. There, we have a thing, right? Okay, so how to calculate slip angle. Okay, so slip angle is relative, is largely meaningless. Okay, so now I have to do so. In Unity, I just want code. I want to see code. Fucking meaningless, goddamn fucking information pisses me off sometimes. There's someone else working on a more realistic car model as well. The slip angle is equal to the arc tangent of Vy Vx, where Vy lateral speed. Lateral speed is the ability to move quickly and efficiently from side to side. Okay. Longitudinal speed. Okay, so this is lateral speed is going to be the speed from left and right. Then longitudinal speed is forward and back. Okay. The longitudinal slip K is equivalent to. Now they've got values that. Wait. Okay. Minus KSX divided by VX, where longitudinal KSX longitudinal speed is the contact point where, with respect to world chords. Okay. So how do I calculate the longitudinal speed? See above. Sorry, the some code notes tested since last time I was working on it. So ground velocity is relevant contact point. Rigid body belongs to the wheel? I don't have a rigid body on my wheel. So would this be the ray hit position? Contact slip angle. I don't like this one. Okay. Okay, so that I get. Okay, so this makes a bit more sense now. Assuming wheel forward is the wheel's forward direction and wheel right is the right direction. Relative velocity is the relative velocity at the contact point. And the relative velocity is calculated by this. I think it's a vector 3, but okay. And then this here will also never work. Maybe somebody's explaining it on YouTube. All right, they already fucked it up. Absolutely. Let's focus purely on the math for slip angle and unity, and include variable for user steering input. I'll leave out all other vehicle suspension code so it's clear. Variables we need. Hey, McSpankies. Vector 3 velocity in the world velocity where the vehicle contact point. Wheel contact point. Position. Yeah. Float. Steering input. Drive input ranges from 1 to 0, 1. That's perfect. Maximum steering angle in degrees. Yeah. Wait, when was the last time you were here? Cut my hair a long time ago. Two years ago. You were last here 2 years ago. Did I have really long hair back then? Did you only cut one hair? Or did you cut multiple hairs? Only one. No, I've never dyed my hair. I don't even think that I've ever used that spray dye. Like, you know the one like hair dye. Like, I don't even think I've ever used this stuff. Yeah, I can't say that I've even ever used this. Is that? No, it's not okay. I was gonna say this guy almost looks like Channing Tatum. Like a little bit here, right? I'm not crazy. I'm not crazy. Yeah, no, I've never once dyed my hair. Not even with this shit. Or products like this. This is kind of interesting though. I wonder how close this would actually get you to this silver. I finally figured out how to ask it for the right fucking question. I finally figured out the right question that I needed to ask. I just wanted the math with the correct equations in here, right? So the steering angle is the input times max steer. Okay. That makes sense. Okay, so we can work with this. Let's work with this. Float steering angle equals not in here. Okay, so let's do this, new. And this takes in just steering input. There. Then we can do this. We can bring in all of this, right? Sort of. I stopped working on that game. I'll show you what I'm making right now. Give me a second here. Do 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 do. No, I made other things. The city is an asset pack. I did find a way to get 500 NPCs walking around though. No, it's called Isekai Crusader Truck-Kun's Realm Rescue. And it takes place around the Shibuya area. So I'm trying to get the vehicle to feel right. Then I'm getting really irritated with math equations. The other Zach has been trying to help me, and he's great, and I've been getting really frustrated though. So I feel bad. He's trying to be helpful, and I'm just like, I am so frustrated right now. But I think I finally figured it out. Finally. It's this, right? Mm. Mm. Wheel position is the point at which the tire touches the ground. Yes, in the context of force application, the slip angle calculated position should represent the contact point in the tire and the ground. Okay. Wheel pivot. So this is going to be the underscore hit point And then vehicle RB, wheel position. This gives us the velocity. Ignore the do. I'm not going to ignore these for now. We can continue having them not ignored. Then we're going to do this. Should we just ignore them? This is a maybe for now, okay? We'll just do this. Compute the slip angle. So I'll convert the degrees to readability. How do I apply? Okay, so now that we have this, now that we have the slip angle, now we could use the whatever packet formula thing, right? Now we could use whoever's formula it is, right? Right? But what we could also do, right? Steer curve. If I make this public, turning curve. So I have a value and I would like to apply force based on this using the slip angle. Holy shit, I got it right. Titan Seeker, welcome. What were you working on here? You're in software and game, moon game. Glitchy horror. Okie dokie. Well, what I'll do, give me a second here. I was just ending stream. I'm bad at this. No, it's fine. What were you working on? It says something about a moon game, right? Making a horror game for a game jam. So this is a game jam. I'll show you the game I'm working on. So this is my game right now. Actually, I forgot. Did I change out the steering? Do I have steering right now? I might not have steering right now. Let's find out if I have steering at the moment. So right now I've only populated this with see the game you're working on because my Twitch is fully frozen other than audio. Oh, wait, mobile phone. All right, let me know when you're back. You're back? Okay. So this is the game right now. Right now I only have 500 people walking. So there's only 500 pedestrians at the moment. We've got to increase that. But here we go. So right now we're just working on the vehicle. Come on, let's see if I can get this working. Damn it, I flipped my vehicle and I don't have a way to flip it yet. just bear with me for a second here. But yeah, right now we've only got about 500 people walking around. We need to get that increased. I think I start getting severe frame loss at about 3,000 people. So yeah, right now we've got these girls walking around. I can't get that much. Yeah, we can see what it looks like with how many people do you want to try? Let's increase it. So right now I've got 500. Let's go for 2,000. Oops, 2,000. Let's see what our frame rate was about 60, 70 before. Let's see what we're at for frame rate now. So this with 2,000. We're going to have like collision problems because they're going to be like bumping into each other and they're not going to move properly. Yeah, okay. So 2,000 we're dropping down to about 30 FPS. Skeletal meshes. I'm not using skeletal meshes. But yeah, this is 2,000 pedestrians right now. You can see they're all like they're actually like going around. Boneless people? Yeah, they're boneless. There's no bones. There's no bones in this scene. Not a single skeleton as far as the eye can see. So yeah. There's no skeletons, no traditional animations in this scene right now. No skeletons, no bones, no weight painting. Everything's a static mesh. Nothing's animated right now. There's not a single animation happening in this entire scene. Well, traditional animation. So if I drive forward, now we have bones. Right? We have a lot of bones now, right? When I hit them, they turn into a skeleton with ragdoll physics, right? But until they're hit, they're just static meshes. They're just static meshes, just being forced upon, moved forward, right on a nav mesh. It's really basic. But how? I'll show you. So this here is the character. And you'll one sec, I gotta delete something real quick here. There we go. But it looks like they're walking. Yeah. So what this is this character is only so it has a bunch of verts, right? As you're well aware. And what I'm doing is I'm having the GPU calculate where each vert needs to be independent of the within the screen, effectively. So the entire walk cycle is actually just an image. See if I can get to where it is. Okay, so we go here. No, we go here. Where is her walk cycle? Where's her material? Fuck. If I blow this one up, click on here. There we go. Here we go. Here's her. Here. This is a rotation, and yeah, here we go. So this is her walk cycle, right? So each pixel on here, this is the rotations for the vertex rotations. For each pixel, for each, so it's the vertex rotations for each pixel in an XYZ coordinate, and then so you take the XYZ coordinates here, and then the XYZ coordinates here, and this tells you the position, and this tells you the rotation of the individual vertexes, and each section is one frame. That's how I worked it out. I'm gonna drop you a follow, by the way. Maybe I'll be able to catch one of your next streams. But yeah, so these are just vertex animation. Vertex animations are VAT animations for short. Yeah. Well, I didn't program it myself. I understand it, but I don't know how I would, like, my graphics programming skills are not there, so I wouldn't be able to program it from scratch. But I understand the concept of it, because I find the concept really easy to understand. The actual implementation is something that's a little bit beyond my comprehension at the moment. Just because it involves it involves programming in an area. It involves shader programming. So like the walk cycle is just effectively a shader, right? So that's a bit more complicated, and I don't really understand that yet. Like shader programming is a mystery still, largely. So, but I understand the general ideas of it and stuff like that. I don't have enough experience to put things together yet. But it gives us this where we have all of these girls walking around, and then the truck comes through and wee. Yeah. This is always fun to watch. I still have to figure out a way to get more on screen at the same time. Because right now my FPS is terrible. This needs to be fixed. Well, maybe the answer is to convert the No, because the ragdolls don't matter, right? The ragdolls are insignificant because I want them to disappear, right? So at the end of the day, these ragdolls will go away, right? They won't just stand there or lay there indefinitely, right? We want them to despawn. Maybe I can move the walking, the AI into a particle system, and that might fix some of the problems. Also batching, because they're not batched right now, right? So like each one is being drawn. So they're not batched properly at the moment. So that could be another thing that I do. Also, the ones behind me I think are still rendering, even though I'm not able to see them. Nav mesh for a flow field? I'd have to look into what a flow field is. Because like realistically, I just care about them walking along a path, right? So I don't really the only thing that the nav mesh does that's kind of nice is we don't have to worry about them, like we can have them veer off course and stuff like that. Funny enough, this would be more performant under Unreal. Like substantially more performant. But I can't get Unreal to look the way that I want it to. Or else I'd totally be in Unreal right now. Oh, I forgot to tune that out. Damn it. Also, this is in editor performance versus like compiled performance. So those are going to be two different things. I don't think that I have steering right now. Do I have steering? Oh yeah, I do. But I don't have my lateral forces that are required. Or angular dampening. There we go. Okay. So This is a value between -1 and no, between 0 and 1, right? Yeah, so this is a value between between 0 and 1. So then we can do the we can uh get the value out from uh from from stuff and things, right? It's a cute VTuber model. Yeah, I gotta look this up. What is a flow field? Oh yeah, no, this would probably be even better, to be honest. Yeah, flow field might be the way to go. Okay, wait. Slip angle degrees. Oh, so we do want this, which is, yeah, slip angle in degrees. We do actually want that. There's our slip angle in degrees. These are a bit different. No, these are the same. Okay. Steer angle. That's what I'm passing in, right? No. Okay. Yeah. Yay! We finally got it. Thank fucking Lord. Axle pivot position. So then we just need the cornering stiffness is the only value that we need to actually set, right? Give me 1 sec. I'm gonna I'll be right back. And then we'll test this. Let me just adjust this here back down to about 500. 500 works good. $5 says that it's bought. Yeah, it's a bot. Okay, I'm gonna be right back. It is feeding time. So I will catch you guys in a couple. While this Okay, I'm back. I has food. Let's restart. I'm curious as to what he was wrong about. Low field. Low field pathfinding.
First, using graph theory, pathfinding algorithms can be found everywhere in computer science, especially video games. The principle of a pathfinding algorithm is to find the shortest path between one start point and an end point. However, the difficulty of this task is that the algorithm must be aware of its surroundings, here obstacles. Many algorithms do exist on this subject and have been used for years and years, such as A-star pathfinding. And like I just said, A-star pathfinding will find the shortest path between 2 points, acknowledging the obstacles like so. But one overlooked and very powerful algorithm solving the same problem is goal-based vector pathfinding. Compared to A-star, the key difference with this algorithm is that it will process the best path to a goal point for any point of the grid in one and only calculation. And this drastically reduced processing time and power consumption. So now let's dive into it. The problem will be set in a 2D plane, to which we will overlay a grid where each tile is a square of nth pixel. Now we can define our start point with a green tile, the end point with a red tile, and obstacles with gray tiles. The first step of this vector field pathfinding is to generate a heat map which attributes to each tile its distance from the goal point. The second step is to generate a vector field from the data given by the heat map. This part will give to each tile on the grid a vector that points to the right direction to end up as fast as possible to the endpoint. To generate our distance heat map, we will exploit a modified Dijkstra algorithm. Here we will only use the method used in Dijkstra algorithm to find the distance between 2 points. Before beginning, we must introduce a tool. We must at some point evaluate rough distance in order to give values to work with. There are three types of distances used in pathfinding algorithms. The Manhattan distance, which states that the distance from one tile to another is 1 when going from right, left, up, or down, or 2 when moving diagonally. Or the Chebyshev distance, which states that each neighbor of one tile, even though they're on the diagonals, all have a distance of 1 from the center tile. And the Euclidean distance, which is the only one to give floatings values for their distance. Each one of them will behave differently based on what you're working on, and will give good or bad output depending on the context. So let's start by generating the heat map. We first create an empty list of tiles called the open list, and to this open list we will append the end tile. This tile we picked, or node for now on, is called the current node, and all the nodes around it are the neighbor nodes. Now, for each neighbor node, we execute the next sequences. First, we'll look if the selected node is a wall or not. If not, we'll look if the node has been visited before. If it has, we follow the simple rule. If the selected node distance from the target plus A being the distance between two tiles depending on the type of distance you choose, is greater than the current node distance to the target, then we don't do anything. But if not, we set the current node distance to be equal to the selected node distance. Now, if the selected node has been visited before, we set its distance to be the current node distance plus A, and then we add the selected node to the open list. After doing this to each neighbor node, we remove the current node from the open list. And this whole process is repeated until the open list is empty. When done, each node of the plane will have been visited and attributed a distance from the target node. So you can see how heat maps are important things to generate and how they're behaving depending on their surroundings. So now that all the tiles of our plane have distance from the target tile, this lets us with the generation of their vector field. We will use a process called kernel convolution. A great video exists on the subject by Computer Field, but I will give a short explanation of it. To simplify, a convolution kernel can be described as a discrete two-dimensional function that we will apply to each tile of the grid. Most of the time, a convolution kernel takes informations about its neighbor to modify its own information, and that's exactly what we're doing here. In order to find the direction in which each tile needs to be pointing at, we're just looking at the gradient of each tile and thus its neighbors. Your convolution kernel can look on a 1 pixel radius or more, but a 1 pixel radius works perfectly fine and reduces processing time. So, how do we do that? The idea is to attribute to
So, would the idea be that you lay effectively an entire grid over the map and give everything like a base value of like a weighted value of say 1 or 2 or 3 or whatever, right?
each neighbor node an arrow pointing from the center node to the corresponding node like so. Then we will set the arrow length to the distance value of the node it's linked to. The idea is to compute all of these arrows in some way that it will give us the final green arrow we're looking for. To simplify, we will give to each neighbor arrow a letter. What we are going to do to find the final arrow is to compute each neighbor arrow through a function, or more precisely the magnitude of this neighbor's arrow. Here we pick the function 1 over x for the example, but any decreasing function like minus x will work perfectly fine. Then sum those outputs, giving us at the end what we're looking for. And then we'll repeat this process of convolution kernel over each tile of the grid, giving us at the end each and every path to the endpoint. Now that the problem is solved, some tweaking can be done to optimize the algorithm. The first one is by the convolution kernel we chose. In some cases, taking as a convolution kernel the smallest length neighbor arrow can work perfectly fine. The only problem is that the result won't be as organic as using a function like 1 over x for the convolution kernel. However, both of these methods can be combined into one. Indeed, I experienced that pointing to the minimum arrow length when there's a wall among the neighbor nodes will create shorter path to the endpoint, and thus a better algorithm. Another problem you might encounter is how the end
Use a quad tree if you wanted to be super fancy about it, but that's usually overkill. Yeah, so it's a hmm. Not gonna lie, it's interesting. It's worth exploring. What was No, so what I've got, right? The only reason why these lines even kind of exist, right, is because like this is a point of interest, this is a point of interest, and I want them to be able to go between these point of interests. They don't have a predefined like pathing, right? It's just more like this is arguably I think this is probably a great example of like what we're looking for uh the flow field, right? Like effectively, if the character is at this point of interest, they could get one of these two, and then they'll start walking towards it. Once they get there, they can pick between one of these 3 points of interest, right? Or if they're here, they can pick between one of these points of interest, right? One of the minis. And then they'll just walk along. They'll effectively try and figure out the best way to get to there without without bumping into too many people. Right. But realistically, I might be able to punt it to jobs. Right now, I think that the overarching performance issue is with the GPU, not with the CPU, right? So I think that I can probably call surrounding people better. Wait, do they even cast shadows? Oh, they do. I never really paid attention to it. They do actually cast shadows. Hmm. How do I turn shadows off? Hmm. Good catch. I didn't even think about that. We're going to go for 2000. Mm-hmm. Hmm. Nope. I'm CPU bottlenecked right now. My batching is actually surprisingly good. Hmm. I feel like there's definitely some stuff that I can do. One, I think that if I take a batch, if I batch them in my code instead of running over all of them iteratively like the way I am, if I batch them, I could potentially increase this by, instead of checking all of them every frame, I check a subset of them every frame. Because right now I check the distance on all of them. Also, overlap is currently turned on for all of them. And we don't need that because they're not close enough. Right? Like there's no way that I could be overlapping with any of them, so I shouldn't even be checking them. But right now, overlap is probably checking on all of them, so that probably eats up performance as well. So I think like solving those types of problems are probably more important right this like for performance right now than checking all of them, right? then I mean doing flow flow field. Though I'm not saying that a flow field would be bad, because a flow field would not be bad. It would be probably arguably a good idea to investigate. I just think that I should probably do that as a last. Sounds like time to grab a profiler. Yeah. I'll be right back. I'm just gonna take this into the kitchen. But first things first, the most important thing, now that we're done eating, we're going to go back and we're going to try and fix all the steering and stuff like that, because I want this vehicle to feel better. I want to get this vehicle feeling really good today. That's the goal. I want this vehicle to feel better. Okay, so right now I think I'm still on the old steering system. Now what we want to do is move over to the new steering system. And see how this one handles. Am I going in the right direction? I'm not even sure if I'm turning. No, I am. I am absolutely turning. Oh, it's working. It's working. It's working. One, let's crank this down and see if this how this affects it. We're gonna start with the biggest possible contenders for shittiness. Okay, so when I'm steering the wrong way, so I need to invert my steering here. Am I steering in? No, now I'm steering in the wrong direction? Or was I steering in the wrong direction before? Oh yeah, no, I'm aware of. I am so confused at this one. Which direction am I steering? Like, am I going left or right? So we're going to back up. And then we're going to go this way, and we're steering right. Okay. That's correct. But this is not. We want to go. What happens? Okay, so let's do this again. If you have the memory for it though. Superliminal is worth every penny. Okay. That I believe. 100%. I'm gonna have to go take a look. All right, so I'm gonna reverse. Right. Okay, so we're reversing, and now when we go forward, we're gonna see if we go left or right. I'm gonna try and go left. Okay, that's going left. Although I think I was going left anyways. Like, I think if I just hold straight, I go left. Like, I think I'm just going to go in that direction anyways. Yeah, no, I'm... That's annoying. Okay, I have an idea that I'm going to try. Steering wheel. Oh. I'm going to try this real quick and see how this works. This might quite literally be what I'm looking for. Oh, this is not what I wanted. Sorry, it is what I wanted, just not in that spot. This is the spot that I wanted here. New, old. Oh, I forgot to do something. Right, I was going to do this for the new old one. The new old. You know what? I think I figured it out. My idea was right all along. Whee! Hmm. My idea, which is based off of what Zach has been trying to teach me, is actually the way that I want to do it. And I don't like this. There's just a little bit too much to deal with this one here. But now for the moment of truth, and the moment of truth is, can we test it to see how this curve works? Right? All right, have a good one. Oops. Hmm. I need more stuff in this map. And I can't remember, like, is maybe maybe I'm attacking this here wrong, right? Like maybe this, maybe if I do this, edit key 1. Actually, what if I do this? We just do this. No, wait. This. There. And then this is based off of... What is this based off of again? Steering value and steer strength. So steer strength times which is this, which is the max speed current velocity divided by current velocity, which our max speed is 100. Okay. The approach I've been pushing boils down to really, really nice tire force times slip ratio scalar plus lateral force times slip angle equation. It just takes a while to get there. It's the value tuning, right? All right, I want to try something. I want to see, how does this vehicle feel driving around this map? This is the map that we're going to be playing on, right? Now, some of it I've still got things that I need to delete from this map. But, oh, I forgot to tune down how many like an AI are walking around. Mm. I got to turn them down. There's too many rag dolls. Oh, this feels like shit. Oh, this is so bad. Where's my old lateral force? This is a vector 3, I think. I think it was this. Tuning would be easy if max force was equal to lateral and longitude force, but they aren't. Okay, so that feels like ice, which is this one here. If I go to 0.5 on this, I think this gets me what I'm looking for here. I'm really just hoping for something with the easier tuning. Like ideally. It's the goal, right? Is easier tuning. There we go. What the fuck is going on in there? What the actual fuck was that? So we came up here. I thought I thought I got all of these things. Apparently I missed this one. Neko Studio. Nice. Mhm. There we go. Okay. What was this? You were saying oh, wait, what? Oh, non-commercial use. It looks good. Oh, that's neat. The thread communication. I don't think I'm ready for it. Definitely worth it though. It is out of my current budget though, unfortunately. If it was a one-time fee, I could probably justify it, but right now it's a little bit too out of my price range, unfortunately. I think in the future though, I'll probably try and pick it up. I feel like it would be really good for Unreal as well. Okay, so I think the vehicle actually feels pretty good. Now I just have to figure out what counts as slipping. Like what counts as slipping? It already feels right, but like what counts as slipping? Ooh, that might actually be a good idea. The steering would be like the actual value that the person is providing, correct? I just want to make sure I'm on the same page. Right? Yeah. Wait, is there an invisible wall right there? It feels like it. Yeah, there is. There's a wall. What is here? There's something here. How do I see just collisions? Because there's something here. There absolutely is something here. I was hitting on something. Maybe it's one of these pieces here. Why do these have mesh colliders on them? Okay, these lanterns don't have them. Oh, no, they do. Okay. These should not have collisions of any kind. We are just going to do this. I don't actually want collisions on those. Alright, if you want to cheat a bit, you could multiply the lateral force by the absolute steer angle plus an offset. So it'd effectively be lateral force times, rather than just static 0.5. And then the next step from there would be swap out the steering angle for a slip angle as a 0 to 1 factor. Yeah, but I haven't been able to get the feel. Like the vehicle stops turning. With that stuff. And I don't know. I'm gonna come back to it.
Hey everyone.
All right, and we're back. I was about to say I'm probably gonna take off for the day. I'm largely just kind of exhausted right now. Yeah, I think I'm gonna take off for the day. Zach, thanks again for all the help today. All right, I'll catch you guys later. Ta-ta, and maybe see you tomorrow. Yeah. All right. As soon as I find my controller. Oh, there it is.